little bit. It was like a, do you ever do that when you see a funny video on your phone and you don't laugh, you just go, Now we can see how homonyms can also be used to make puns. Here we're playing with the double meaning of the phrase give the sack or given the sack. In this context, to be given the sack means to be fired or dismissed from a job. But the joke is that the postmen are given the sack every morning because they are provided with a bag or a big sack to carry the post in. Okay, next one. I love this one. My mum tried to make a joke about the TV, but it wasn't remotely funny. Okay, I guess rather than being a dad joke, this one's more of a mum joke. But here we're using the double meaning of the word remote. In this context, adding ly or ly to
welcome to my channel.
Adverb remotely,
Alien
which
gathering.
Means not at all.
Welcome to my channel.
Not remotely funny.
Lurks.
It's not at all funny.
Welcome to
However,
my channel.
Remote is also a shortened informal
welcome
way
to
to
my
say
channel.
Remote control.
Autoium.
This, the device used
welcome
to
to
change
my
channels
channel.
on a TV.
Nipet.
That is pure comedic
welcome
gold,
to
if
my
you ask
channel.
me. Not remotely
Drapsnat.
funny.
Welcome to
she
my
tried
channel.
To make a joke about the TV, but
Commander
it wasn't
Root.
remotely funny.
Welcome to my channel.
Maybe I should stop teaching
Olivia.
and go into comedy. Are you
welcome
ready for
to
our
my
final
channel.
and most
Restream
difficult
it.
one? Our most difficult
welcome
dad
to
joke?
my channel.
It's a big one.
Another viewer.
There is a fine line
welcome
between
to my
a
channel.
numerator and a
Belated.
denominator. It's okay
welcome
if you didn't
to
get
my
that.
channel.
Only a fraction
Kata.
will understand.
Welcome to my channel. Kumara.
Okay, this is
welcome
actually
to
a
my
2 for
channel.
1. 2 pun alert, double pun
Sto
alert.
Radi
We have
Kumar
two.
Aaa.
for now.
Igasi ovo Sitanye. Ubija.
Šta ti treba?
Welcome.
Arava.
Have you ever heard of the concept of safe horny? It's a relatively new term, first used on Twitter on April 3rd, 2023. Overwatch 2's newest support hero at the time, Lifeweaver,
Dividime DJESI Sto SI.
about the character. Overwatch 2's next support hero has been revealed and confirmed
Interessant.
the attached
Iomi NA Rabatu.
brown-skinned man with fabulous hair and an open robe revealing his chiseled chest. This guy is entirely cut from the cloth of 90s anime Bishonen.
Pavid Jada SINA stream.
On Twitter replied to the article saying they got a
Jesam
safe
malo
horny hero out in Poly to talk about him. They must have ran over an employee in
Jesam
the
malo
parking lot this time. The joke is, every time Blizzard gets into a bit of legal trouble or a new story comes out of the company.
Pa imam malo slobodnog vremena, još dan, dva, pa ono da
I am a
kažem
Likaka film de Poggle de Monokas.
Bandits 2022.
Welcome.
Bandits 2022. Već sam ti rekao, ti je tebe mrzelo da skineš i tako. Ne znam da li možeš, pošto si već na chatu ili gde si.
https www.imdb.com title TT.
Skini film pa me zove.
Mose.
Goodbye for now.
Ti ga skini. Ne ja, ti. Ti imaš brži internet i tako. Javi kad budeš kući i kad se budeš okupan, nemoj me zvat kad budeš...
Skinny GANAFLES.
Skini ga ti, čovječe, skini ga na Flash. Flash mi je Simo ponio, hvala. Skini ga na Flash.
AOOO.
Šta je? Nemaš Flash. A?
Odo AE.
Ajde.
About sexual
ZZZZZZZZZZZZ.
a new gay or trans or non-binary or whatever the fuck character in Overwatch. Or they announced that an old character has also been secretly gay or trans or non-binary this whole time. Of course, Polygon and other games journalist outlets have no shortage of articles condemning straight men or gamers or really anybody who's not protected by progressivism as being objectifying. The male gaze is an oppressive force hovering over gaming, and if you like characters with fat tits or something, you're a misogynist. which is why it's so strange that they focus on Lifeweaver's attractiveness. Is this also not objectifying? Is this not also the female gaze, or the gay man's gaze, or whatever? That's why it's called safe horny. This is a type of attraction you're allowed to show in public, unashamedly, by progressive standards. Your sexuality is bad and oppressive. Their sexuality is good and empowering. The interesting thing about language and human cognition is that as soon as somebody coins a phrase for a phenomenon that intuitively makes sense, immediately other concepts and examples start to come into focus. It was always kind of strange that back when Resident Evil Village launched in 2021, leftoids were publicly drooling over the 8-foot-tall Dommy-mommy that is Lady Dimitrescu. I don't know how to pronounce that. Isn't this sexually objectifying a female character? But now it makes sense. It's safe horny. Same thing with the reaction to Ganondorf's muscle-bound samurai redesign in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, or the reaction to Ryu's beard in Street Fighter VI. Now that we have a term for this behavior, safe horny, it becomes a lot easier to understand. And seeing how safe horny works with trans characters actually reveals some additional information. In my previous video, the one about how Link from Legend of Zelda is often reimagined as gay or trans by progressive fans who demand representation in a series and from a company that doesn't really care about that concept, I made the point that a lot of arguments used to declare characters as gay or trans appeals to stereotypes that, if they were invoked by anybody other than progressives, would be considered bigoted. An old stereotype about trans people is that trans women and male crossdressers are the same thing. They're not, because trans women experience gender dysphoria, which is a mental illness with symptoms and legitimate suffering, the best treatment for which that we've discovered so far is the transition. Meanwhile, crossdressers are people who have a fetish for dressing up in the other gender's clothing. It gets them off to dress up in clothes that specifically are not suited for them, that it is taboo for them to wear. An old stereotype about trans women is that they're both crossdressers and gay men. But not all gay men actually crossdress. And as far as I know, simply being attracted to the same sex doesn't come with dysphoria. So, by the progressive standard, conflating crossdressers with trans women is transphobic. And yet, when Link in Breath of the Wild, or Cloud in Final Fantasy VII, dress as women in order to infiltrate female-only spaces, the all-women city of the Gerudo and Don Corneo's brothel, respectively, this is considered evidence by progressive fans that those characters are actually trans. They're not even cross-dressing as a fetish, they're doing it out of necessity. This essentially shows the nature of these one-sided rules. If a progressive looks at a cross-dressing male and declares them trans, that's empowering and positive representation. If anybody else looks at a cross-dressing male and declares them trans, that's bigoted and transphobic. One of the rules of safe horny seems to be that if your politics are correct, then the use of normally offensive stereotypes in the creation of safe horny is actually okay. According to the progressive lens, it's not bigoted if the right person with the right beliefs does the same damn thing that any bigot would do. Being the old man that I am, I remember the progressive reaction to Dragon's Crown, a 2013 PlayStation 3 game. The sorceress class in that game is a big-boobed anime woman, and game journalists at the time collectively lost their fucking minds over it. The thing is, though, this is actually the art style of Dragon's Crown. The other characters are also hyper-exaggerated. The elf is a lolly with giga-thick thighs. The fighter has about 80% of his body mass in his chest and shoulders, and the dwarf is just a fucking brick. The only halfway normal-looking character is the wizard, who still has some weirdly long limbs. In general, the art of Dragon's Crown is specifically meant to be grotesque caricatures, but 2013's progressives focused mainly on the sorceress because of her tits, and a little on Amazon because of her ass. Compare that to the progressive response to objectified or objectifiable female characters today. What changed? Is it that progressives have themselves become less puritanical? Maybe, but I don't think so. Is it because, now that there's more progressives in the gaming space, now that the space has the correct politics, they're free to objectify because their desires are good and yours are bad? Bingo. Now, some people online believe that the safe horny phenomenon isn't necessarily related to politics, but more to the idea that characters that are less traditionally sexualized are actually more sexualizable. Lady Dommy-mommy from before doesn't wear traditionally sexy clothing, so she can be made more sexual by progressives. But characters that are more overtly sexual themselves, like Sorceress, they're objectifying. This also explains Link and Cloud's cross-dressing reaction too. But I'm not entirely sure this explanation's accurate. I mean, it's probably partially accurate, but I also think that you cannot ignore the political variable, where the same sexualization is empowering by progs and objectifying by non-progs. And there's two reasons why I think you can't ignore the politics. Firstly, it's very easy to just take a quick look at the types of accounts that do this sort of canceling. My friend V got in trouble for this tweet recently. I am willing to pay $90 for this. Why won't you take my cash, Western Corporation? Sorry, I can't do a Romanian accent. The left picture is of the ugly Fable girl, and the right picture is what gamers apparently actually want. Progressives immediately brigaded V for desiring sexualized, attractive women in video games, saying that gamers are still misogynists, or that porn has rotted their brains, or whatever. And yet, checking out the likes tab of all of these accounts shows that each and every single one of them has no problem with lewd content. Just like how Republican politicians commonly have secret stashes of gay or trans porn, puritanical progressives who love to police the male gaze have no problem beating the meat to their selection of safe, horny content. Modern progs claim to be the most sexually permissible group humanity's ever seen, and yet they still demand that anything sexual that they specifically don't approve of is censored. The second reason has to do with a concept related to safe horny, called safe edgy. In fact, it seems accurate to consider safe horny to be a subset of safe edgy. You ever see those jokes about the British or the French, or more broadly, white people in general, that if they were made about some non-European ethnicity would be considered totally unacceptable? That is safe edgy. It sounds like you're saying something edgy, like you're really sticking your neck out there with this hot take, but it's actually the easiest fucking thing you can say, and you have no risk of actually receiving any blowback from it. The Safe Edgy starter pack went viral in 2022, and it pretty much has the whole thing wrapped up into one neat package. Safe Edgy people are overwhelmingly leftists who still believe that they are the cultural underdog, despite the fact that corporations parrot their positions, organizations promote their ideas, major talking heads show open support for their movements, and disagreeing with their politics in public is a cancelable offense. Probably the most telling example of Safe Edgy is Satanism in 2023. Satanism, the modern-day satanic temple thing, came about primarily as a way for punks to fuck with pearl-clutching Christians 50 years ago, and that's a job it did pretty well. It was actually edgy back then. But now, do people still genuinely believe the satanic temple is edgy in 2023? Check this cringe shit out. I had a blast at the satanic temple today. Blessed be and hail thyself. I did not know they let you snuggle up to Baphomet for selfies. Yep, when you go up to the front door and wait for someone to come out to check your vaccination card and give you masks, then he lets you in and goes over the rules. Sitting on Baphomet is allowed and even encouraged. Oh wow, you're really pushing the fucking boundaries here. If you wanted to really be edgy, maybe you should try to actually remove the mask and see what happens. To truly be edgy, to actually be the underdog, means that society by and large has to reject your ideas and exclude you from participation in it for holding those ideas. For example, during COVID, being edgy meant not wearing a mask and not getting vaccinated. Now, I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. I'm saying that going against the grain means that you specifically do not do
Radio Ebola. Welcome to my channel.
What's up, Radio Ebola? How are you? Oh my lord. See how I cook the dynamite. That's one. Please, I beg of you. Why was this a thing? That's one.
What the majority of people around you do. You don't listen to the advice of normative institutions demanding that you must do something. Being edgy doesn't mean being compliant. When there's a pride flag on every street corner, gay people aren't edgy anymore. They're normal. And that's why you see Gen Z teens sometimes rebel against pride stuff in schools. Not because they've been groomed to be Nazis, whatever dumb fuck nonsense the progs say, but because teens are naturally rebellious against the order that adults have set up, as a part of their exploratory phase of their development. If the world around them is pro-queer, then they will be anti-queer, at least superficially, simply to experience what it's like. And, of course, whenever you confront people who are safe edgy about their LARPing, they immediately transform into snowflakes. You can find progs all over the place saying that cis white males, they're so fragile, they're angry about everything, white male rage. But the minute that you drop an N-bomb, they collapse into a screeching pile of blubber. They cannot actually tolerate the existence of truly edgy stuff because it puts on display how safe their positions actually are. They want the clout of being the counterculture without actually being on the outside because they are the institutions, they are the source of normative principles now. This is partially what I was getting at when I made my conservatism is the counterculture video years ago, which funnily enough was Vosh's first exposure to my content. Like the brainlet he is, he believes that I was actually saying conservatism is punk rock because that was the gateway metaphor I used. And I still occasionally hear screams from his fan base about it. Good times. There's a lot of different intersecting principles here. The idea of trolls remorse, that a lot of the people who are now safe edgy or safe horny also used to be actually edgy. And by actually edgy, I mean they used to watch iDubbbz videos in what they now call their alt-right pipeline phase, something they feel like they have to be publicly remorseful for. There's also the nature of power, what is gained by claiming something as the normative position around which other modes of thought deviate from, while also understanding that the outsider position from that normative center brings with it its own benefits. There's also the idea of freedom itself. What does it mean to be free in the face of the concept of safety? Being safe brings with it a degree of freedom, since you don't need to worry about outside interference as much. But the mechanisms that secure that safety can also stifle freedom. If you're free from safety, is that liberating or endangering? Is it both? Each of these ideas are deserving of their own video, so I'll be doing them as follow-ups. But insofar as this conversation goes, the main reason this video isn't an indefensible, despite a huge chunk of the safe horny stuff revolving around video games, is because progressives also do this to real-life people. Here's Elon Musk liking a post by the redheaded libertarian, who is an attractive young woman. The post is a meme about Elliot Page, replacing the Protect Trans Kids shirt with Sterilize Autistic Kids. Hassan replied to this by saying Elon is autistic and he has a trans kid, but he's such a horny reply guy that he forgot. Hold on a minute, we're living in the progressive sex positive empowering future, right? What is exactly wrong with being a horny reply guy? Every single bread tuber and progressive on the fucking platform posts ooh woo, I am respectfully looking with sweating emojis underneath every single 5 out of 10 OnlyFans art hoe, while Hassan himself has flown to Europe to fuck sex slaves held in a brothel. This is fundamentally why I don't think it's about the left becoming less puritanical over time, but it is at its core a political conversation. To the progs, leftist sexuality good, non-leftist sexuality bad. Simple as. They make fun of trad wives and monogamy and people who want that lifestyle or engage with those communities because it's not a form of sexuality that they politically approve of. This whole discussion is an outgrowth of the choice feminism stuff from the 2010s. Choice feminism posited that the feminist
Ora. Oh, wow. Wow. Nice. Looks accurate. You know, bush is there. برضه الثنكر مش طالع.
This project is fulfilled if women have the choice to do what they want. If individual women choose to be trad wives and homemakers instead of being sexually promiscuous because they actually want that, then it's still a feminist act because it's the agency of women that ultimately matters. Radical feminism rejects this idea because, in their view, it does nothing to actually liberate women as a class, to the point that individual women who choose more traditional lifestyles are traitors to feminism. This is the everything is political, even your personal choices view that my Gramsci video went into detail about. If you're a true revolutionary, then you have an obligation to make revolutionary choices, even if that's not what you personally want. And every time a choice feminist promotes a more traditional lifestyle, they set the feminist movement back, because other women might be influenced by their happiness and fulfilled life to also abandon being a revolutionary. Unsurprisingly, by 2023, in the face of the left's ongoing radicalization, choice feminism is pretty much non-existent among progressives, due to it being too liberal, too individualistic, and too bourgeois. The radfem critique of it is that because it doesn't institutionally challenge the status quo, because it carves out a private domain where politics don't apply, because it gives women the choice to not be a revolutionary if that's in their heart, it is ultimately reactionary. In any case, to the bottom of all of this is that human sexuality is fun, and being edgy is fun too. Everybody enjoys feeling like they've left the safe, known bounds of what their culture considers acceptable, and they're now out in the wilderness, in the uncharted lands. Everybody knows what it feels like when the call of exploration and adventure beckons, even only if in terms of thoughts or speech. Everyone knows the thrill of doing or saying or even thinking something considered taboo, but the moral foundations of the progressive are overwhelmingly preoccupied with safety, to the point that they seek to kill any sort of true exploratory impulse, care harm over everything else in Haidt's terms. On the internet, it's pretty easy to keep up the safety LARP, where progressives pretend that they're on the edge when they're actually not. At least it was for a while. But like with the Hassan example earlier, it all falls apart once you look at what people actually do in real life. Right now, progressive logic dictates that sex is simultaneously so safe and so fun and ultimately so inconsequential that you can have it with anyone you like, anytime you like, and any restriction on any sexuality whatsoever is oppressive, to the point that twerking in front of kids at pride parades is just harmless fun and hurts no one, while at the exact same time, sex is so dangerous and so potentially damaging that you need constant reaffirmation of consent, signed across multiple forms and filed away with the campus security office before you even ask a girl out, because the slightest wrong move is so traumatizing to your partner that you're a rapist and should absolutely be fired and cancelled and drummed out of polite society. These two ideas just don't fit together. A guy shooting his shot, getting rejected, and then leaving the girl alone means that that girl was traumatized or microaggressed or stare raped, whatever the fuck, is a sexual moral code that does not allow for free love and open, consequence-free sexuality. Unless the progressive...
Drilling.
Steelby. Welcome to my channel.
Hello. What's up?
Sighh. Welcome to my channel. Chat for gamers. Welcome to my channel. Bros. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, thanks. Not sure then. Nope. Wow. So one more. Easy. Full lobby. Yeah. Full fucking lobby. No. Yes.
The goal isn't actually sexual liberation. It is to use sexuality as a method by which they control their political enemies, which, by the way, is what a lot of ruling classes have done across human history. That is what safe horny really means. They're allowed to simp and drool under every OnlyFans Thoughts page because they vote for pro-sex work policies. But if you do it, you're a male-gazing misogynist. They can create sexual content for others to enjoy because the big boobs that they draw are empowering women with that body type. But if you do it, you're oppressing those women through objectification and playing into stereotypes. They can fuck prostitutes because they've read theory about the political dynamics of prostitution. But if you do it, you're an enabler of sex trafficking. Safe Horny simply describes the moral license to be sexual in the midst of progressive puritanism. Safe Edgy fundamentally works the same way. They spend so much time inventing slurs for white people, and they're all like water rolling off a duck's back. But one slur for black people, and they instantly lose their minds. And by the way, that is how you combat all of this. If they complain that your sexuality is objectifying, just say, yes, it is. Yes, I will objectify. Yes, I will trigger you with slurs. Fuck them. If they're gonna play this one-sided game, I'm more than willing to force it to be equal. Crying to them about how it's not fair is simply accepting that you're fighting with one hand tied behind your back. So it's far better to simply say to them, yes, I'm going to do everything you do. And no, I don't care if you approve of it or not. I don't need to take your moral judgment into consideration because you are immoral.
That's an interesting.
That's a lot of nuts! I'm sorry I groomed those kids because I'm old enough to be their mom. I hope you can tell how sorry I am by my ukulele song. In other words, I'm not a groomer. In other words, I might be a groomer. Before we get into it, I want to give a quick shout out to this video sponsor, Into the AM. If you've been watching me for long enough, you're probably familiar as they are an excellent source for some of the drippiest drip that you can purchase this side of the Mississippi, or both sides of the Mississippi. Into the AM is a collection of artists and creators who decided to come together with the common vision to provide you with clothing to express what drives you. I'm currently wearing some sort of pagoda thing, and they sent me like 30 different jackets.
5 секунд. This is new. And random. Same guy. Died. Chicken coops, chicken coops. Shush cross. Shoot this. There's awfully a lot of suspicious. That's a zombie. This is a noob. Shotgun camper. Now the guy with the shotgun. More to the right. 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 Below. Below. Flash. Yeah, right. Ah, flashed. Dude. Why are you so retarded? You took a hold with the windshield and he pushed you with the shotgun. That's stupid. That's not how you do it. Oh well. Sure. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Progress. I guess this looks fun.
Japanese streetwear inspired tees. I couldn't stop wearing them if I wanted to. They're currently running a discount of 20 to 80% off the entire website through the 4th of July, and that's not even including the extra 10% that you get off for using the link in the description in the pinned comment or my discount code SUMETO. Genuinely so thrilled to be sponsored by a company that works so seamlessly with my already existing Enigma and swagger. And if you want to look half as good as I do, check out their website, buy yourself some clothes, and support the channel. Thank you. Into the AM. I cannot believe the number of internet firsts I am getting to experience in my lifetime. You guys heard me say it in the last video. When Dream decided to take back his face reveal, when he decided to unreveal his face to the internet, I thought, wow, that's a unique thing. That feels like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. It's probably going to be a while before somebody does something that stupid on the internet. 10 days! 10 days before a YouTuber with 10 million subscribers has grooming allegations levied against them, which is just like par for the course as far as big YouTubers go. But this time, going over the top with it, making headline news. This is arguably the worst YouTube apology in the history of YouTube apologies. I understand the bar is set pretty high, and it's a bit of a fallacy to call it an apology since nobody ever actually says sorry in these things. This is no exception. But do the other ones have a ukulele solo?
Hey, it's been a while since you saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true, though, just as long as it's entertaining to you.
I imagine, like most of you guys, you probably didn't know who Colleen Ballinger was before this big news started to trend on the internet. I had to Google who Miranda Sings is, and it turns out that that's a fictional character, despite being the name of her main channel. A character played by Colleen Ballinger, who's sort of like cringy?
Hey guys, it's me, Miranda. Today I'm so excited for my video because I'm reacting to TikToks. Not to be confused with TikToks, which are delicious, but not as fun.
Listen, it's a little bit too easy to just sit here and clown on the style of comedy that one person does when their entire channel is sort of focused on catering to children, right? You don't need to be particularly well written or understand comedy theory, right? You kind of just need to do a funny voice, have a funny look, react to some TikToks, and boom, you're at 10 million subs. People are buying tickets to see your live comedy shows. You're at the pinnacle of what any comedian in any format would strive to be at. If the only thing Colleen Ballinger did with her Miranda Sings character was continue to make these cringy jokes, there would be no issue here. The problem is, for whatever reason, Miranda Sings makes way too many sex jokes for somebody whose audience is entirely children. Forgive me for not providing a well-edited compilation of all the inappropriate.
Elysian. Welcome to my channel.
Gunslinger. Interesting, not a full match. That's gonna be good. Out of sync animation. That's a good. What was that? Behind the wall. He just left. What's the point?
Ebak Makama. Welcome to my channel.
Right side. It wasn't that. Poison trap. No dogs.
Fafa. Welcome to my channel.
Interesting. That was very interesting. $200 for what? Huh?
Artplco. Welcome to my channel.
Sto, 300, 400. Šesto, mislim. I wonder. Be right back.
jokes that Colleen Ballinger has made in and out of character on YouTube and on live stage performances. Frankly, it's unnecessary because there are dozens of like half-hour-long video essays dating back years and years, doing a much better job documenting the wildly inappropriate jokes that Colleen Ballinger has made, and they don't stop at jokes, and that's kind of where the issue is. I don't want to dismiss like the severity of the situation, but I do want to say like I understand like the pipeline that comes with like making children's content when you yourself are not a child. If you look back at the sort of videos that are made by, I don't know, like Gabby Hanna, Lily Singh, Lele Pons, like any of these people who are acting as kids or like childlike for the sake of being more relatable, it gets awkward when they start making jokes that are less about like, I'm nervous on my first day at school, and more like, how can I sleep with my teacher? Or will these boys find me sexually attractive? Like, there's a reason Teletubbies doesn't do an episode where they have a sleepover and like fondle each other. You know what I mean? Does it happen at girl sleepovers? Maybe. I've never been to one, but like, not appropriate for a kid's show, you know?
So the best place to go when you're at camp to go on a date, no one can see you or hear you. So, oh, look, we're already here. Look at that, James, you little rascal. Already here. We're already here.
It's very easy with hindsight to look back at the jokes that Colleen Ballinger made in character at these live performances and be able to say that, yeah, that's creepy, inappropriate. Why would you let your kid go up on stage and do that? But she's using this character of Miranda Sings to be this sort of, I'm using this term loosely, child-appropriate version of all of these jokes that might otherwise be a little bit too risque in any other format, right? You're in a room, a lot of parents there. Everybody knows that this person is a big public figure. Anything that they do on stage is probably relatively well thought out, documented, vetted. You know, the kids are all safe and don't have like life-scarring jokes made about them. But even still, Colleen Ballinger has had a history of using her Miranda Sings character to make jokes that you definitely wouldn't be able to get away with if you were like Louis C.K. But I guess if you're Louis C.K. with bad lipstick, then it's okay until it's not. Again, this conversation of Miranda Sings being an inappropriate character towards minors has been a conversation that's been ongoing for a few years. But where I saw it start to bubble, at least with these live performances, was a TikTok posted by I'm Just Xander. Much like the clip that I just showed, showcasing Miranda Sings being inappropriate during a live stage performance. In this one particular clip, she had a girl who was in a romper and she was spreading her legs for one reason or another. The girl in the clip then duets that TikTok explaining that she is the girl in the clip, and she went to her show wearing a romper, hoping to be called up for a bit called the porn bit, which she doesn't elaborate on, but ends up getting called up for some form of yoga thing. And immediately Miranda Sings makes a face when she notices that the girl isn't wearing pants and is instead in a romper, spreads her legs on stage. Thankfully, she's wearing spandex, and the girl, Notice Bex, goes on to explain that she was 16 at the time. The whole thing felt inappropriate. He wasn't a big fan of Miranda Sings doing that to her on stage. That's sort of what's culminated in the conversation of people digging up these old clips of all the inappropriate jokes and bits that Colleen Ballinger has made, ultimately resulting in the apology that she put out.
I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's terrible. You can't actually apologize. Oh, that person you saw, that wasn't me. I don't even know who that is anymore.
So a children's entertainer slips in a few jokes that aren't child appropriate. What's the issue, Samet? You've never seen a birthday clown smoke a cigarette in the middle of his act? Unfortunately, it doesn't stop there. I'm gonna have to summarize a tremendous, like hours and hours of video essays doing a proper expose on Colleen Ballinger down into just a few bullet points for your convenience. She does unboxings on her vlog channel, and in one episode, she got a pair of underwear for whatever reason. One of the fans in the chat asked for it, and so that entire story's been summarized down to Colleen Ballinger sends her underwear to an underage fan, which is technically what happened and was a headline that people sort of ran with for a bit. She's also got a group chat of sorts. Think of it akin to like a Discord server where she can communicate with her fans, saying things like, hey guys, there's a new video this week. Remember to smash that like button. And also, what was your first period like? And what is your guys' favorite sex position? Again, she's 30. Wikipedia defines child grooming as establishing an emotional connection with a child under the age of consent or their family to lower the child's inhibitions with the objective of SA. Now, I don't understand what 6 of those words mean, but what I do know is that Colleen Ballinger, to my knowledge, hasn't gotten to the point where she's inviting children over to her house for a sleepover or anything anywhere near that level of nefariousness. However, that's also not really what child grooming is in its modern definition as used online. The word grooming is used online to define like any sort of inappropriate power dynamic between somebody with a tremendous amount of influence and somebody who's either significantly younger than them or doesn't have as much online notoriety. So even if you're not getting caught in 4K HD trying to meet up with a 14-year-old only to claim that you only showed up after eating a cupcake, if you're behaving inappropriately with those under the age of consent online and you are somebody with...
Šta ti je sad?
Ništa, muzika, već. Šta ima?
Pa gdje si ti sinoć gledamo film?
Ja sam tu bio i igrao Hunter, već.
Tako, dakle.
Da. Probao sam ono sinoć. Ništa. I isključio sam onaj overclock.
Precision boost overdrive.
Da.
A ti je uključen, ozbiljno?
Mhm.
Baš čudno. Ma važno. Možda sam vidio da lik radi onome quick playu. Pokupi 4 ona... Pokupi 4 ona tuo. I samo liva meč. Ne znam u čemu je što se. Samo dođe do 4. onoga kao tokena kada ono igraš quick play i izađe iz meča. Ne znam u čemu se radi. Možda je fora u parama ili nečemu.
Ne.
Nisam siguran. Nečemu je što se. Bulwark. Šta je bulwark? Nah. It's fine. Ti je ovako rano?
Baš je rano u pičku mater.
Pa jest, očekivao sam zapravo ranije da dođe bilo ko. Ali...
A jebi ga,
To je
zaspao
bilo.
sam u 4.
Pa zato sam ja otišao na spavanje u 12. Isto se u 8 i 15, 20. Dobro, to je zašto ne vam vidi na poslu, znaš, pa ono kao je malo da spavam. Generalno mogu sam sutra ne bi i 7 ili i 6, 15. Dođemo bato.
Jebi ga, smorio sam se zove Back 4 Blood. Šta da mu radi?
Šta da se smaraš i da budeš smoren, znaš. Ovaj tu. Onda ovaj... Tu? Ne, gledam da su ove statue jebene. Možda skupljaš ove statue, svaka statua ti daje tipa 2 na pasiv. Za toga karaktera s kojim igraš i za sve ostale karaktere na tom profilu. Imaš, svaka oblast ima po 20... Koliko je ovo? 28 statua ima ovo jebeno prvu oblast. To ti je tipa ono 0,1% na attack speed, ali ako imaš 100 takvih statua ili 2 pojena na armor ili tako nekako govori. Evo je, ovo najbolji su stavili.
Da si vidio ovo?
Ne, nisam ti.
Da.
Dobro, ne da radi poison damage, nego razvaljen. The fuck is this? Si probao one eksplozivne, one, šta je to, granate za onaj bomblan? Ti znaš?
wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm out of spirit. I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Kako je to tu? Gdje je ovo ovdje?
I'm out of spirit.
We got separated.
Ja.
My friends were cut down.
Šta je ja?
It won't last all
Ovaj event.
Do not have enough spirit. I must wait a moment.
Ajde, jebate.
Thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead. I think I can manage from here. Please, take this.
Assault Destroyer. Od 780 do 1880 damage. Koliki čekići.
Ja, to je ljudi što igraju ovaj only up nisu normalni ljudi.
Only up. Aha.
Samo gore. Te bre, ja bi...
Mislim da sam pročitao da su ga povukli sa prodavnice, šta ne? Sam dobro pročitao.
No pojma.
Nešto tipa... Pojma pičke materine. Jedan, dva, tri, četiri, pet. Ko ima toga 5? Ja imam 1, 2, 3. Imam 3. Kako imam 3? Jedan, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kako imam ih? Tu ima jedan, tu ima jedan. Ajmo gore. Vidim ja. Ajmo. Eat my cock.
Rainy Merds. Welcome to my channel.
Hello there, what's up? Wow, nice.
For my master.
Very nice.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I've waited for you.
Huh?
I'm not ready yet.
Kaže, I waited for you. Who the fuck? Marš.
Ti meni meta. Zašto me odbiješ?
No survivors. This place is overrun.
The fuck is this? Inside of this titty.
E.T., do you love me?
Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me?
Imaš Red Dead u kompu?
Imam Drako, ja ne brišem igre koje znam da
Imaš.
vi stalno reinstalirate, znaš što te od 120...
A, dobro, pitam te za igru, ne moraš
glupo
da
pitanje.
ujedaš.
Ne ujedam, nego ujedam. Bilo je da se obriše, instalira ista igra u roku od mjesec dana, znaš, onda sam odustao od brisanja.
Aj, jebate. Znači imaš? Bi igrao Red Dead?
Potencijalno, samo da... Daj mi jednu pola sata sad, potencijalno.
Pošto nije skidao.
I'm not ready yet.
Please, please, please.
I'm not ready yet.
Mrš!
I'm not ready yet.
Don't let me get to you. No. Very nice.
Wait a moment.
Wracam do Rockstar, serwer nie zjebałem. Toč nije ni do igre, to je do kompanije koja kada održava servere, ono. Isplatim se. Nije GTA 5.
I'm not ready yet.
Hello darkness, my old friend. I hope we're gonna see again.
No? Ne ti to zebaš.
Koja pesma?
Kome, alo? Čim sam palio stream nije prošlo 5 sekundi, čovjek je ušao na chat. Ja gledam, ne vjerujem.
Stream sniper.
Šta radi, razumeš? On kaže na pauzi. Kaže na pauzi i onda je upalio kao telefon da vidi kao šta radi. Rekao dobro. No problem.
The beast lives within you.
Both nicely. You can take what's left.
Best armor, good deal. Father bless.
Not so sure.
Found a new boil on my hand that makes 17 so far. Well done.
With a tremendous amount of influence, like a YouTuber or an online.
2, 4. 2, 3, 4. Jeden i fort. Okay.
Personality, you're a groomer. Now that we have all the setup to this ukulele apology, I can't believe it took this long. Let's get into the apology itself.
All aboard the toxic gossip train, chugging down the tracks of misinformation. The toxic gossip train, we got one-way tickets to the manipulation station.
It's hard to cover all the facets of this video that culminate in it being the worst YouTuber apology in the history of apologies. For one, it doesn't necessarily hit all the bullet points you would expect. She's not fake crying or on her kitchen floor. However, it does hit a lot of other bullet points, such as using her pets for sympathy in one way or another, claiming that she's already matured past the mistakes that were deep in her past. My biggest gripe with this is that the video's 10 minutes long. Like, almost on the nose, 10 minutes, 19 seconds. Like, she was expecting this to get monetized and make money on the ads. I know that's like a very easy low blow, like, oh, YouTuber made his video 10 minutes long, opinion completely disregarded, you're only in it for the money. But like, this didn't, I don't feel like this needed to be 10 minutes long. You could have either strummed the ukulele for comedic effect while just talking to the audience like a normal person, you know, the way that like Dimitri Martin used to do with a guitar when he was doing his stand-up, or you could have gone full sketch comedy and turned this into a song about cancel culture the way that it feels like she kind of wanted to. But instead, it's this weird mix of both, where there is this refrain, which, to be honest, is a bit of a banger, but then she also, like, drops the song altogether to just talk to the camera. You know how Bo Burnham used to do songs on the piano where it would be like a song and then he would just stop singing to start yelling at the audience about something to make you feel bad? That's what this feels like.
You shouldn't abstain from pork just because you think that I want you. You can eat pork. Why the fuck would I created the universe. Think I'm drawing the line in the fucking deli aisle?
The description of Colleen's apology video titled High states that she does not condone or support any... She does not condone or support any kind of online bullying or hate towards anyone ever. And I have something to say to that. What about this DM that you sent me on Twitter, Colleen?
I must wait a moment.
No, my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say. I recently realized that sing.
Your team advised you not to speak on the situation and use that as an opportunity to instead sing about the situation? What in the Ariana Grande's character in Victorious kind of logic is that? I don't know if Anthony Fantano has gone ahead and done his review on this, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that it's not good. Although, this track does have a few moments. I would like to point out the lyrics. The only thing I've ever groomed is my 2 cats. Kind of bars.
The only thing I ever groomed was my cats.
Listen, the verdict is still out on how old her 2 Persian cats are, so I'm not letting Miranda off the hook just yet. But that's not the only line that we gotta pay attention to. The classic, the iconic, the bar that everybody's getting tattooed on their lower rib cage is Miranda Singh's lyric, "I'm not a groomer, just a loser."
And the only thing I've ever groomed is my 2 Persian cats. I'm not a groomer. I'm just a loser.
Oh, you think I'm a groomer? You think I'm a groomer, huh? Come on now. Come on now, bitch. Also, Howie Mandel made a parody response to this. I don't know if Howie Mandel is like a YouTuber or like an influencer for him to be memeing on other YouTubers' apologies, but I'm here for it. It's 2 minutes long, and I don't know if any of it's funny. Can we keep memes for like 15 seconds? Or if you're gonna make it 2 minutes long, can you at least take Subway Surfers on the side? Because I can't watch all this.
Not a groomer. Not a predator, even though a lot of people know.
I don't have a setup for this next clip, and it has nothing to do with Colin Gallagher, but it's parodying that show about the autistic doctor, and it left me short of breath for 6 to 8 hours.
This is my impression of every good doctor. Doctor, I'm the gay character, and I'm thin. You have acquired hormone deficiency syndrome because you're gay and you have gay sex with men, which means you have AIDS. Oh my god, you're saying because I'm gay I have AIDS? Maybe if you want a homo gay little pansy boy, then you would.
A huge shout out to Into the AM for sponsoring this video. Remember to click the link in the description or use discount code SUMETO to get an extra 10% off your already dope order. It's right below the like and the subscribe button. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Big shout out to my Patreon who are scrolling in the back, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace.
The Queen. Welcome to my channel. Fortnite a baby. Welcome to my channel.
Fortnite baby, what the hell?
I'm not ready yet. Light did not protect these knights from the vampires.
No, 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 no.
Ready yet. must wait a moment.
Sad ćeš ti da vidiš. Ja sam zakon.
With October and Halloween fast approaching, many will be stockpiling their queues and watch lists with horror movies. Classics, remakes, reboots, psychological thrillers, slashers, paranormal flicks. And although they played a big role in my early movie watching days, and I still enjoy them on occasion, horror movies have lost their potency for me to a great degree. Watching scary movies like The Exorcist or The Shining at a very young age, almost too young, always brought with it a thrill. It brought a sense of danger, of doing something that was a little bit forbidden. And despite the nightmares, it was always something very exciting and something I look forward to. But horror movies are a lot different now. More formulaic and dependent on proven franchises and predictable jump scares. A lot of them are good from a technical standpoint and are fun to watch in the moment, but their impact fades the moment you leave the theater or switch off the TV. Some newer horror movies from the last decade or so have been successful in having that staying power to occasionally pop up in your mind and have that residual creep factor. Many of these films incorporate aspects of relatability. They focus on digging horror out of more realistic situations and familial and peer conflicts, and establishing a mirror in which we can see ourselves and the people in our lives before turning the knife in the most horrific of ways. There's no doubt that this method is effective, but these horror movies almost always feature some kind of supernatural or paranormal element that yanks you out of that frame of believability. So while these films excel at conjuring up a nightmare or two, they almost always fall short of the mark set by first watching the classics, and their impact is doomed to fade in your mind with time. Even the classic horrors like The Shining, The Exorcist, and The Thing, although they are some of my favorite films of all time and likely always will be, they don't have the same staying power as they once did. So it may not come as a surprise when I say that the scariest movie I have ever seen, the movie that infected my mind and haunted me the most, was not a horror at all. In fact, it's a movie that didn't even have a theatrical release. The film in question is a BBC production from 1984, a notoriously brutal film called Threads. If you watch Threads with a slim idea of what to expect, like I did, the opening scenes may prepare you for an innocent little family drama. A pair of young lovers from Sheffield discover that they're having a baby and decide they're going to start a family. You've seen it a million times, but from the first scene, something very sinister is lurking beneath the surface, and it is not the uncertainty presented by their new life. It's certainly not an angry poltergeist or a Lovecraftian monster. In the backdrop of radio and news broadcasts, we learn of the unstable state of geopolitics in this hypothetical timeline, in which the Cold War is still ongoing and heating up very quickly. We're introduced to the couple's families, and while we don't live through each and every one of their struggles, we get a good sense of their daily lives and come to know them well enough to relate to their situations and to feel the knife twist when the bombs start dropping. And this is the point at which Threads warms up and starts to live up to the name I've given it and the reputation it's earned over the decades. Threads by no means is the first film attempting to depict the potential horror and calamity of a nuclear war coming to fruition. Just 1 year prior to the release of the BBC production, a notable American television movie called The Day After came out and followed a very similar path that Threads did, both thematically and plot-wise. Where Threads separates from the rest of the pack and establishes itself as the scariest movie ever made is in the absolutely gut-wrenching level of detail provided. details so raw and exposed that it borders on depravity, despite not straying far from its appalling realism. Director Mick Jackson had strongly considered aborting the project upon hearing of the day after's production, but upon seeing it, continued to make threads in the belief that its American counterpart did not go nearly far enough in a depiction of the war's aftermath. In preparing for the film, Mick Jackson and writer Barry Hines performed massive amounts of research, reading through all the relevant literature and consulting with professionals in all fields, striving for the highest degree of realism they could attain. When Jackson had his opportunity to improve on the day after's illustration of the nuclear explosion and its aftermath, he pulled absolutely no punches, showing us charred infants, women and children buried under mountains of rubble, cats burning to crisps, and the most severe third-degree burns imaginable. An average filmmaker working with this material would likely have saved the nuclear holocaust for the climax, using the subsequent destruction as a stark symbol to drive home the futility of nuclear war. But in Threads, the bomb comes at hardly even the midpoint of the movie. Jackson takes us much farther than most of us would dare to go in the haven of our own contemplations. He displays the absolute and immediate collapse of organized governance, as well as the effects of fallout and the ensuing nuclear winter in its naked and grim probable truth. The rapport built with the characters drives the utter chaos home to a devastating degree. The cold, classroom documentary-style narration and reading off of the facts and statistics bludgeon you with a blunt sense of authenticity. The what-if scenarios begin swirling around in your head. Could something like this really happen? A lot of us have heard stories from parents, teachers, and peers of Cold War drills that were practiced in schools during this time period, and we think back to the nuclear standoffs, especially the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the heroics of Stanislav Petrov, whose cool head and intuition quite literally prevented World War III. And at the moment when realizing how easily Threads could have happened and still could happen, Jackson tightens his grip, sending us 10 years into this apocalyptic future. Not a future of vast wastelands populated by ghouls and using bottle caps as a medium of exchange, but a future of surreal gruesomeness, where the English population has receded back down to medieval levels. The quality of life could safely be called medieval as well, with people living in squalor, having to wear down their bones in the fields, cultivating enough crops to barely ensure survival until the next harvest. The broken down and unusable technology around them serve as artifacts for the old world of comfort and convenience, a bitter reminder, remnants of a dream scarcely remembered by those born before the bomb. Those born after the bomb might be considered lucky to have no conception of the pinnacle of civilization they missed out on, but the persistent flow of fallout and radiation ensures that they'll be subjected to all kinds of mutations and deformities in the womb. Threads becomes the scariest film ever.
May you forever be showered with light. Like a rabid mongrel, turn on your masters and all around you. May the darkness in your heart spread like blood from an open wound and escaping like a sword surrounded by death. You fight for fire. His hunger consumes for all death.
Wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. 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 I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. So.
Huh. Okay. Whatever. Whatever, my dude. Alo?
Alo?
Treba si predragi.
A smeš si mi sinoć bio Milan opako. Milan kaže halo, jaki kaže halo. Kaže zdravo predam.
Hvala da to tako ispadne.
A kako smešno ispalo.
May your righteous hunger consume you
Ja sam
for
opao.
all eternity.
Mamo mu jebem deo. Wow. Kako sam radio side quest od 31 od 35. Osvojio sam 3 tvrđave, radio sam 17 dungeona od 23. Šta je ovo su neki eventovi, neki kurac. Pičku materinu. Deo! Show yourself. Ajde uradim još jedan dungeon. Let's call it a day.
Što se čini?
Kako je napolju? Sparina je, nemaš pojma. Ne znam kako je kod vas, ali kod nas.
Je isti kurac.
Nije pala kiša, razumeš? Pala je, razumeš, ono... negdje.
I must wait a minute.
Da.
Da nije predsjednik došao. Kako radi, razvalja se.
All around. Why did Mother go? I don't want to be alone.
Ima posla toliko leti. Godinu dana rano stavili na sunce.
40 banke.
A?
40 banke. I dol. To malo pomože.
Ja razumem da neko ima, ne znam, 6 godina, 5, pa ajde, ono. Godinu dana. Znaš, ok, to što on ima antenu, ono, pa tek to će njega da izdržava, da je ono, ostalo.
I'm not ready yet.
Znači, on...
I'm not ready yet. Well done. I'm not ready yet. Thank you. Hello. Not ready yet.
UAV online.
Ti se baš. Drone send.
Not ready yet.
Si gledao ti Renfielda?
Da. Sa sestrom, ismijao sam se.
Ja sam gledao s kumom. Mislim, ne znam da li film treba da bude horor, ali definitivno je komedija.
ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Yo, Wolf, come here.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. Wait a moment. Well done.
I came here to purge this evil. But now, I can't leave my friends here. Not like this. We can't do it alone. The only way out of this is to fight.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Welcome to my channel.
It's not much.
Vidi ga ovaj zalego ovdje, moguće ovo.
Here. Something for your troubles.
Sa Modern Warfare igraš sada.
No da, Warzone malo
You
pa.
deserve this.
Šta ljudi imaju busije ležeći, a?
Legnu i ne mrdaju se.
Lazi.
Padaj bre.
Ništa.
Ovdje najbolje igrati DMZ bit. Ovo je gužva ovdje na Resurgence.
My bags are full.
Let's observe it.
Jebem li ti mamicu u pičku. Can you revive me? I'm safe. I budal. Poserem ti se u tim, ti se poserem. Moguće on. Goveda jedna jebovom pasma.
Ne znam kako bi ti objasnio, ti si u suštini random za njega, tako da nema nikakvu motivaciju da te digne ili ne digne. Ne znam kako da kažem.
Goveda jedna jebova mater.
Ooh, what else you got?
Gdje su i metkovi?
Good deal. Father bless. Father keep you.
A jel moguće ovo? Gdje je ovaj plavi nestao? Jebem ga u usta. Ja nek su to bili. Jebem ti mater.
till spring.
I cannot do that here. My burden is too great.
Come back if you need work.
Yeah. Jebeti mat.
Što?
Nešto ubiše malo.
Yokozune. Fucking Yokozune.
A što se čini?
Izgleda mi karakter kao sumbarvač, jebate.
Šeš.
Were made when Jackson takes this turn into the future, conceptualizing the absolute extinction of hope that nuclear war would foment. Not only is Threads the most terrifying film I think I've ever seen, but it's one of the only movies I've seen that's left me physically ill afterwards. I've tried since seeing it to dissect it, to get under its surface and unravel the secrets of what make it so profoundly effective. The probability of the events, both then and now, and the extinction of hope that Jackson cultivates surely plays a sizable role in that. Also, somewhat ironically, Threads employs several cinematic tactics used by effective horror movies. Those being the creation of incremental dread and emphasis on implication, more showing than telling. The implementation of both of these factors is likely more due to the constrained budget they had than anything else, but still works greatly in Jackson's favor nonetheless. We see examples early on in the ominous news broadcasts and in characters nervously laughing off the impending threat with a pint in their hands. But where these tactics pay off is in the sequence that occurred just after the bombs land. Moments prior, we see several characters, even the character we believe to be the protagonist, fleeing, preparing, and bracing. And after the EMP strikes, we never see them again. In fact, this is how a great number of the deaths in Threads occur, ominously off-screen. We might like to think that these characters survived somehow, but deep down we know pretty well that they didn't. And Jackson allows our imagination the pleasure of filling in those terrible blanks. In addition, we know all too well the anxiety imposed upon humans when we feel a lack of control in the events in our lives. In the worst of cases, this anxiety over a lack of control presents itself as a crippling fear. Threads not only presents this frightening lack of control in a nuclear holocaust, but documents how control over that fate of civilization and the fate of the planet rest in the hands of bumbling bureaucrats, the competence of many of whom we can safely label as questionable. People who, in all cases, are just as fallible and prone to misjudgment, emotion, and error as we all are. But to sum up the terror of Threads there, I believe, would do any analysis of this movie an injustice. I believe better answers exist somewhere upon further investigation. One source that constantly popped into mind while watching the movie was Ernest Becker's Pulitzer Prize-winning book, The Denial of Death, a subject and book nicely complementing the epic themes of Threads. Becker's introductory thesis is Essentially that humanity is inherently terrified at the conception of their own death, and thus the central driver of life is to seek a symbolic transcendence of death. In his own words, Becker claims that the idea of death, the fear of it, haunts the human animal like nothing else. It is a mainspring of human activity designed largely to avoid the fatality of death, overcome it by denying it in some way that it is the final destiny of humanity. Many, I believe, would have difficulty swallowing the concessions of humans as animals, and I think to some extent that validates Becker's belief. In the grand scheme of the cosmos, we humans are as insignificant as any other animal. Yet we differ in that we have knowledge of our own mortality. That knowledge is intuited by all and kept repressed by most. And deep down, that gnawing, void-widening feeling that Becker labeled as creatureliness is felt by everyone on some level of consciousness. And the only way to combat this feeling is by creating some sense of significance. In the most heroic of cases, this means becoming immortal through the arts, or through governance, through worship, through successful campaigns of warfare. Even in the most average of cases, to become a cog in the heroic systems that create infrastructure, that build cities, that construct landmarks seen by all. And we all create significance by having children, procreating, extending the species to create infinite possibilities for more progression for our very significant species. So when we return to the question of the main ingredient that makes Threads the scariest film ever made, I would answer that the film is the most successful attempt at depicting the total annihilation of our species' significance, and it occurs in the blink of an eye. Everything that we've created to deflect the finality of death is completely obliterated. All of our heroes turn to dust. The symbols of our significance reduced to rubble at the press of a button. The dam built by civilization to hold back the unbearable existential terror of our nothingness as a species is destroyed. And under those most impossible and oppressive of circumstances, we watch as the survivors kick around in the fallout dust. We watch the characters live out our greatest fear as a species. A relegation from significance to creatureliness. Whether you agree or disagree with my assessment of Threads as the scariest movie ever made, it can't be argued that it is an incredibly brutal gut punch of a movie to watch. And because of that, and the reputation that precedes it, a lot of people simply won't watch Threads. And I think that might be a mistake. You may not be able to stomach a rewatch, but Threads is a film that everyone should see at least once. And in my opinion, one of the most important films I've ever seen. There should be no debate that those in high offices and political powers should be mandated to watch Threads. But for me, the importance of the movie doesn't lie so much in its potential utility for diffusing global tensions, because such an aim is incredibly lofty and totally out of the locus of our control. Mick Jackson ensures that there's no hope for his characters, while simultaneously instilling hope in his audience. On the individual level, watching Threads will tweak your perspective. It will scare you away from procrastination, lethargy, triviality, complacence, and orient you more towards extreme gratitude for the miracle of simply being alive, and lead you to contemplate what truly matters to you. Threads is a film that greatly refreshed my appreciation for life, for all of its ups and downs, slings and arrows, and one that I believe, with a hopeful perspective, will do the same for you.
So, alright. Lost Ark had a live stream, and the live stream didn't go well. And then Lost Ark had to go back and do an emergency live stream. And then the emergency live stream for the first live stream didn't go well either. So then after that, they did an emergency live stream with Gold River, who's like the main guy for Lost Ark, and he's gonna be talking about the game and in general what's happening with it, etc. And this is the emergency live stream that is the apology for the emergency live stream that was the apology for the actual live stream. But to be fair, in that one was also the apology for the game.
He's back because people are really mad. The last one they had lots of drama, so he had to intervene.
And apparently there's also a lot of censorship with like the game is getting censored because of China.
The reason why people are mad is because of the Chinese censorship ending up in Imperial. That's also supposed to go to NAU, right? There were some problems. Explain like in detail how the patch note works. Works on each section of the patch note, and then they, do the check, proofread, and then they gotta like press a couple buttons where this region gets this patch with these files.
I feel like that's not really a big deal that like the Koreans accidentally got the China patch, right? Like that's not, like, I mean, mistakes happen, it is what it is. Like, I feel like that's probably not why everybody was mad, but yeah, shit happens, right? But, cause, like, obviously it was a mistake, it's not good, so like, they just fix it, it's done.
This patch with these files. There was like a mistake, so he's trying to like got all this evidence, convince that it's a mistake. No, why is this even a big deal in the first place? Because Stargate said they'll go the extra mile, work extra hard, and have this region feel, I guess, that region localized, and they're not gonna be lazy.
For Korean, it's a big deal, like
just
political thing?
ship one patch to all the regions, JP, Russia, EU, and
yeah, because like from my perspective, I don't really see the big deal in it. Because it was just like, it just seemed like, oh, they fucked up. Okay, well, okay, whatever.
Korea, right? So people in Korea felt that with the latest patch, there were a lot of like weird censorship. So people thought that they were being lazy going against what they promised, and they're just like gonna be lazy from now on. Because it feels like the game's been lazy because like all the regions haven't been getting a lot of love. For example, Asmin Gold's like, why don't they change Chaos Dungeon? Why is that so hard? Why is it taking so long? So people are like, what's going on here?
Well, they're adding new raid content. I mean, they added the Akan and that Voldyke raid as well. There's Algacia. I think that Algacia is before Akan. Like they're adding content. It's not like they're not adding content.
Well,
it's just that content only appeals to the people that are currently playing the game. So like if you don't have the gear to do that raid, that content's not for you. It doesn't change your gameplay at all.
You guys are supposed to work in China and get ready for China with Tencent. Huge, right? Huge deal. We get it. We're not saying don't work on that. We're not saying don't make money. Make the money and
I don't like
the game or make Lost Ark 2 whatever. That's fine. Like you guys said, you're not going to be lazy. You're going to cater to that region. That's what you promised in the first place. And that's what we expect from now because that's what you promised. So they thought the latest patch broke that promise. They felt betrayed. There's a bunch of other issues. Like Law On was a disaster. Communication was a disaster. There's like 600 different issues. But he cleared up the censorship thing. Now people are, at the end of the day, they were doing well 2 years ago, and they had a lifeline. Like think of Zelda character, right? They have HP. In the span of 10 days, they lost all of that. When the stream was starting,
I don't know if I agree that they lost all of it in 10 days. I feel like it was just like, it was like they were adding debuffs, and in the last 10 days, they started taking damage. But because of all the debuffs they had accrued over the past year, the damage did way more. Like, I think that's like the best metaphor I can use for it. They had a bunch of like, Sunder armor, fucking vulnerability.
No,
Desculpe. Bene, bene.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, curse of recklessness, curse of weakness, curse of the elements, demoralizing shout, thunderclap, you know, all these things. So like by the time that they actually did take the damage, it was like one and done.
People were spamming Ni Hao, you know, sold out to China, basically. They lost all their lifelines, excuses, HP, all of that stuff. However, as it comes to censorship, whether you believe Gold River or not is going to be up to you. All right. But one thing he does promise is that they're going to operate as promised. Each region will have its own localization.
As like as an American player, I could not give less of a fuck. If they accidentally gave us the Chinese version of Lost Ark, I would think it's funny.
I must wait a moment.
Because I'd be like, what the fuck is this, right? Like, I wouldn't really care. I understand in Korea it's a different culture, you know, it's like a big thing. Like apparently I don't get it, I don't understand it, but that's what I'm being led to believe. But I think that like really to me it's just that the systems in the game are exhausting.
It has its own global team, like NAU has its team, as well as China, Russia, right? And they're gonna make sure that, like for example, if there's like something happening in China, like for example censorship, it's not gonna end up in NAU, and it's not gonna end up in Korea or Russia. AKA, they won't be lazy and make one patch for all regions as promised. All right.
I also I do think that making a game whenever you are designing something with a lot of different types of communities in mind, like here's an interesting question. Would the Vicus raid exist if this game had released with China and the US and Russia as as like regions from the beginning? No, it wouldn't exist. So I think that them saying that is one thing. But the truth is that whenever you know that you're designing content and the content is going to go to these different regions, you are going to design content with that in mind. And there will be things that you don't do and punches that you pull and vice versa. It's just how it is.
He denied all claims of censorship with examples. Once again, whether you believe him or not, like he doesn't blame you.
Can I give an example? I think that I think probably Vicus is the best example I could use. Right, is that if Lost Ark had released in China before any of the Legion raids would have come out and before that was a character, would Vicus as a raid and like the whole the whole theme of Vicus, would that have existed in the game even in Korea? I don't think so, because I think that they would have known that, hey, this isn't going to work in, like, let's say Russia or China, and even the US might have some problems with it, and we're not going to do that. Like, I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I feel like logically you could assume that.
If you don't believe him, okay? Anyways.
But it is an assumption.
Next, censorship requests from China.
I could be wrong.
There was a lot of, like, requests. Right, so it's usually done by the publisher, is what he's saying. But they do have a team on standby in Korea. So they got some requests in January to May, and I guess that increased like workload by like 12.3%. It was what he was saying. So because of this, Lost Ark Korea, and I'm guessing NAU also got affected by this. They had issues. Okay. So
yeah, they did censorship stuff with the US game as well. I think that this is so fucking cringe. It's so annoying. And like it's the same thing with like Saudi Arabia. I think it was like one of these Middle Eastern countries that they don't have Final Fantasy 16. I'm assuming because of the whole Dion situation. Well, fuck off. Well, fuck off. It's art. This is the art. Like I don't want to have like what the fuck. This was the intent of the artist. You either show it or not. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of censorship. I would not say anyway, right? Maybe there's a couple of things I'd be okay with, but 99% of censorship is dog shit. It adds no value, and all it does is make people that have no real problems feel good. Be right back.
I must wait
We had like very little skins this year. He does acknowledge that, right?
Yeah.
Because in fact, it's undeniable. He apologizes. Basically, he apologizes.
I'm not ready.
All right, for almost everything.
Yeah, we saw
or
that.
Everything. So he promised that the second half of 2023, avatar production or skin production will not be affected by any of the requests from Tencent or AGS.
Can I fucking just be honest? I think the amount of skins in the game, that's like if we were to make a tier list of problems with Lost Ark, that's in whatever the bottom one is. It's below that. Like, the skins in the game are great. I like them. All right, cool, awesome. Now, what about the actual game?
Localization, okay?
Who cares?
That's about it for skins. So yay for them. All right. Localization of NA, EU, Russia, CNJP started around 2016. It's not something. Basically, he's telling us this because it's not something that was just like at the start of this year.
Koreans really do care.
All right. However, still,
I get it.
It did cause extra workload, right? Even though they started in 2016, but because they started in 2016, they were able to launch as many regions that they have today. Okay. All right. People really want a new head director after the last emergency.
Because they want a witch to burn. Because like 3 guys, which one of the 3 guys is really the one that's wrong? Like they want to have one guy that they can blame everything on.
Emergency stream with the 3 bozos, all right? Sorry, man.
3 bozos.
I'm fried. I haven't slept in over a day, okay? But anyways, the people felt that the 3 team managers,
those are the bozos.
The guys who do this. You know, they're coding, they develop the game. One guy's in charge of loot.
Yeah, these guys are not public representatives. They're coders at a Korean video game company. Why are you putting them on the camera? Why are you doing this?
One guy's in charge of raids, one guy's in charge of like balance, one guy's a lore guy. Do this, right? They're not a talker, they're not a streamer. So a lot of people in Korea are like, dude, you can't find these guys. Who are these guys? So they want a new director. At first, Gold River thought that it wasn't needed, but after hearing our suggestion, TLDR, he agrees with us and promises a new director. He's going to pass the baton by the 5th anniversary, which is around October. In the meantime, Gold River will step down as CCO, Chief, what was it again? Creative Officer, and he will be a part-time director, and he will discuss the problems of the game, the content of the game, with us in the meantime through these live streams.
Great.
As I said, guys, this stream.
Some guy in chat says China Chief Officer.
Not fix everything. You know, Lost Ark has lost all its HP. It needs to work together with the fan base, with their users, and build that trust again, and make the game great again together. So in the meantime, Gold River will step down as CCO and be a part-time director. We'll have a lot more time to communicate with us, and that will be a priority about all the current issues. Right now, he was trying to pretty much get rid of the fire for this issue right here, so he wasn't able to do a lot of like the internal data that he likes to do when it comes to like what idle people are stuck at, position, all that data. He is going to go back and get more of that to discuss the other things which we are getting into right now. So yeah, the new director should be in place by 5th.
That's nice.
Anniversary. Okay. Next part he talks about the issues presented during the Q&A, not really Q&A, right? It was just bullet points they pre-picked, felt so scripted during Lowell On. this summer. So he wants to go a little bit in detail, even though, as he said, he does not have the data to back it up yet. He is still printing those out, leaking charted and stuff. So we could excuse him for that. All right. First, he talked about dailies. Wow. The first thing he talked about were dailies. Yes. He still plays the game, and he talks about his Chaos Dungeon experience. He understands why people want 2 down to 1. He understands going to the left-hand side.
How's this so hard? I don't get it. How's this so hard? Like,
clicking enter, re-enter. All right, but he feels that just reducing it 2 to 1. Okay, he's not saying he's not gonna do it. He says that just reducing it from 2 to 1 is not the solution. Remember, he's not.
I think he's partially right about that. It's not the. It doesn't solve the problem, but it makes the problem not as bad. It's like a band-aid. It's like, okay, we know this is bad, and really, like, okay, so the players think it's bad, the developers think it's bad, Gold River thinks it's bad, everybody thinks it's bad. Why is it there? Wouldn't it make sense that you just make it as easy as possible to ignore, and then it doesn't matter?
An armchair developer
until
like
you fix
Quick
it.
Chat. This guy is a director of a 12-year-old process. He feels that in terms of loot drops, right?
No, it doesn't.
In terms of
Well, but why do the loot drops not feel rewarding? Because 90% of the fucking engravings suck and nobody wants them. That's the problem. You get a 7-3 or 4-1 or a 6-1, like and the engravings suck. Like there's like 10 good engravings, probably less than that, and then there's 20 bad ones.
mob placement, mob spawns, in terms of just many things. It feels like Chaos Dungeon needs, just tear it apart.
Yeah.
Like, is it fun?
Yeah, you can't accelerate the Chaos Dungeon by being good at it.
Is a
That's the problem.
good? Is it not? So he needs to tear it apart and fix this line. It's gonna be an easy line. It's considered like he already has fearless. Right? So in terms of that, he needs to go back to basics and reconstruct this. In the meantime, he is working on this with 3 dudes. In the meantime, he's gonna roll out these quality of life patches that reduce the spawn time of the mobs, so they spawn faster. They spawn closer to the middle of the map. They don't have long attack range, so they move towards you, right? Towards your hitbox. So those fixes will be implemented so that until there is a revamp, you guys don't get as burnt out in the meantime, right?
Alright, yeah, sure, we'll try that out. We'll see what happens. Okay. I don't think that solves it. I still think you should just make it 1.
Koga nema? A kamenčića? Okay.
Dobar si jebote. Nema šta u to ime.
To na zdravim.
Zaječarac je.
Od kuma televizor.
Od kuma zaječaraca.
Od kuma alkohol, istorak. Fino ti imam kum.
Mater, ja moram nešto na 20 minuta, pa ako hoćeš hanta za nekih pola sata. A da, radiš, ja. Little ghetto boy.
Pogledaj, general.
Šta je to? Šta je ovo?
Pa pogledaj da li je istrpovo lika. Znači jezik. Mi dvojice bili ubeđeni da je ovo solo.
Evo, Zurka.
Mega Snake.
Žurka je.
Moguće ovo.
Pa imaš crkvu, kako se zovu, Church of Satanism. Ali, fora je što su to, oni su više punk rockeri nego što su satanizam, znaš. To je ono kao trolovanje u fullu, znaš, kao ovih hrišćana, znaš. Hrišćanske crkve.
Šta se radi?
Ljudi, koga su ti gađa? Dođi vamo, eto.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. Impressive. I must wait a moment. Thanks. I must wait a moment. You are weak and foolish.
Need something forged? Come back if you need work. Well struck.
The beast lives within you.
Mi scusi.
No problema.
Plače mi tuguje. Bilo neko pitanje?
A?
Neko pitanje bilo?
I'm not ready yet.
Još.
Vidio. Alo?
Alo?
Hulk Hogan.
A?
Ne, ovaj AI ovdje, razumiješ? Zaletao se bio u mene i prošao pored mene i otičao na drugi kraj boss arena. Bukvalno na drugi kraj mape. Zjebam se.
Hey, okay. Welcome to my channel.
Oh wow.
Well done. The beast lives within you. Greetings. I must wait on you.
Sister, I hear you die. Little sister, who's the only one?
It's a nice day for a white wedding. Ba-da-da-dam.
Tako je. Ili da se it's nice day too. igry. Mila još nije iskreno da si. Ne, nisam. Pa jesi mi rekla, nisi mi rekla. A, rekla je 5 u to zašto. Ajde. To su za 20 minuta.
I'm not ready yet.
We should get moving.
I appreciate that.
Strength, armor, damage. Ovicima mogu da razbucam slobodno. Dismantle.
Bruce. Welcome to my channel.
I'm not ready yet.
Bitter slasher. Much. Wait a minute. Će se. Di sam ja to?
I think that doing 2 Chaos Dungeons is a lot better than doing 2 Guardian Raids. Doing 2 Guardian Raids is the real cock. The 2 Chaos Dungeons is like just okay. Like I like Chaos Dungeons a lot more than Guardian Raids.
Trying to lessen the burden till the new thing that he hasn't planned comes to fruition and hits the live server. Okay? Next, Guardians. Guardians, he has some ideas, right? He also feels like it's like Chaos Dungeons, as in it's not just, you know, reduce it into one. He needs to deconstruct everything, or reconstruct it. Okay. So basically,
no, I don't agree. I think that doing Guardians is fine every day. I think it's totally fine. You just shouldn't have to do it twice. I don't have a problem doing a Guardian once a day. That's fine. Is that bad? Like, I don't know. It's like a weekly thing. Yeah, sure. Weekly, yeah, make it a weekly thing. Like, you do it 5 times a week. It's fine. Give it a health bar. Yeah, no, I think that Guardian raids, this is what they should do. They should make it to where you automatically get flares. I think flares and pheromones, you just automatically get them. They add no value to the game. And I think even you could just say flares. I think just flares. Flares are a unnecessary problem for that adds no value to the game. Like, it's just, we've created a problem and now we give you this item to solve it. That's it. So, number one. Number two, I think that the way that people play Guardian raids is the problem. Because whenever you finish your first Guardian raid, you want to go and you do them you do it the second time, right? You do the same Guardian. I think it would feel way better if you could only do one like theoretically, I would enjoy Guardian raids a bit more if you could only do one Guardian per day. Like, and that way you do 2 different ones every day rather than just do the same one every single day. Personally, like, I'm just saying, like, and also the health bar. Just give Guardians a health bar. Why not? What is this? Why can't we see? Because it's like, they have, I mean, like, so Hell Mode has a health bar, so you can see debuffs and stuff like that. But Guardian raids don't? You're telling me a Guardian raid is more serious than a Hell Mode? Like, what is this? It's so silly. Just give it a health bar.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, I guess this is like one of his ideas. I don't know if he's confident. He's thinking, instead of making it twice a day every day, how about make it 3 times a week? That gives the developer some creative freedom.
Twice a day, every day, then make it 3 times a week. Yeah, kill 3 Guardians a week. That'd be fine. Sure. That's totally okay. Yeah. All right.
To make it a little bit more challenging. Sure. And if it's a little bit more challenging, give them more rewards so it feels rewarding. And then get rid of like the stupid old counter stagger destruction kind of rinse repeat. Okay, so this is gonna be called a middle tier content.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
I think that's okay.
Literally 2 brain cells.
Cool.
And the Guardians gonna be, I guess, like that.
Yeah, so there's a Honkai started up like that. The what do you call it? Echo of War.
Echo of War. A little more harder. How to say this for, I guess, more effort. That is good. And then Endgame, he feels that Endgame is, it needs also like a rework, right? They can't just keep it up and up and up. Yeah. Major commander raids, right? He's very concerned. First priority, he says, with his own words, that it is very important for him that middle users have to catch up. I think a lot of people miss that part, right? But he needs to go see the data on this, but he knows people have a hard time catching up. And as for the hardcore users, he understands they want better rewards, better feeling content, more content. He does acknowledge that this game, gear acquisition, not gear honing, gear acquisition is faster than other games, so that endgame, he does understand why endgame feels old.
Well, also, like, a lot of the tier sets, like, I can't speak for every class. I really only play Barbarian. Or not Barbarian, what is it in that game? Berserker? But, like, getting the new set of gear never really made me play the game any different. Like, there was never any transformative gameplay of, oh, wow, now I have this new set, and everything is different.
And boring after a while.
Yeah, you just do more damage.
Don't need it as much, and also we gotta repeat it.
It's boring.
Multiple characters. So he's gonna implement more endgame, but it's not gonna...
Like, for example, the Betrayal set. It was actually fun to go around in Chaos Dungeons and have, like, the Preemptive Strike glyph and the Betrayal set, and just one-shot everything in Chaos Dungeons, because it was different types of gameplay. And I think that this is, like, it was like very, very on rails.
It's like huge vertical climbs or just Legion Commander raids. Sometimes they're gonna tone it back in terms of like development or design and do maybe like the remake of Kako Seidon or Vicus or something like the Hell modes that either like scrapping or naked.
Well, Kako Seidon, like I think they should just make it to where failing the Mario just kills the character and it doesn't fight the raid. Like in Gate 3. That's it. That's all they need to do. It's not hard. Because it will still almost wipe the raid every single time because you're going to miss you're going to miss the stagger. It already does that? Did they change it? Because whenever I played the game, if you fail Mario, everybody dies.
Into like normal, hard, hell, or scale to our eye level. Like he's basically anything's possible. There's a lot of things.
Misremembering?
He
Okay.
knows that getting gear, and we want to, as an endgame player, use that gear, right? Use that gear for other content. Like that's the whole point of action RPG MMO, right? Use it. And having only like one form of way to use that is kind of boring. He knows. So he wants to implement these traditional raids to flex your gear and kind of like...
Oh, they are totally right about this. This is why world bosses work so well for Diablo 4. And it works even better for Lost Ark. Is because people do world bosses that are level 100 so they can kill the world boss in 3 seconds and people be like, wow! People did the same shit in LFR and WoW whenever you could get crazy gear. That's just how it is. Because people want to show off and they want to show how good they are. And it's easy. You just add in, like, I remember they had like that dragon raid that we watched. I was sad that we never got a chance to do it. It looked really fun. It was like that Kaiser or whatever the fuck his name was. And they ended up taking that out of the game. They need to have more things like that. Like, add in more content for endgame players to do. Because if you are an endgame player, you're not really doing anything different. Like, what do you do? Boss rush? It's a joke. You do the cube? It's a joke. You do chaos dungeons? Obviously a joke. Guardian raids? You're obviously like way over geared for a Guardian raid if you're actually doing the hard content.
It's PvE content, but you verse others and like, MVP and stuff like that. So he completely knows that endgame users want to use their gear and get the satisfaction and enjoyment out of their vertical progress. So TLDR. Okay, it's not the same stupid system. He's gonna do other things in the meantime. That is
and like larger raids with more people.
And it goes for events as well. He's gonna stop doing those Mokoko events. He saw some Invent thread saying that why is Lost Ark so peaceful? Why are Mokokos, at a water park as a pirate? When, like, do they not even need us anymore? Like, do the heroes of Arcadia, are we like needed or not? So that, I guess, struck him because basically it tells me what Goldriver did. He just went off what players wanted. Right. It's like, oh, they love Mokoko, so keep putting in the Mokoko. Oh, they love Legion Raids, so just keep putting the Legion Raids. So I think this is a great answer because he acknowledges that no one to stop, no one to...
I'm just trying to think about like what the logic of that is. Because like, I thought the Mokokos kind of just did their own thing. Like they were like little like leprechauns. Like they live in a shoe. The problems of Arcadia are just really not of any consequence to them. Like
restructure, go to the brainstorming phase, right? So basically he's gonna create some events that are more fitting for what's going on in Arcadia. So if we're fighting Kazuros, there are gonna be events like kind of tied in with that, so you get like outfits and mounts or something like that.
That'd be cool.
That are related to what's going on in Arcadia. Pretty cool. Sure. Talk about entropy, not in too much detail, but they're having debates with the 3 guys about this. What they're debating is about high risk, high reward, right? So I guess like reward or high risk, high reward. Entropy is something that we gotta actually talk about. Much it was very like sidetracked.
Oh right, okay.
TLDR, he's having debates about that with you guys. And 6 character goal limit, though he was so 6 character limit at the time was a good idea. But just because it was a good thing at that, it was a good idea back then, doesn't mean it's good going forward.
Yeah, eventually this is what happens sometimes is like the player base adapts and changes what they do based off of like just anything, right? Like, you know, you add in a system and then the system affects the player base in a certain way and it works for a while and then it doesn't work. I think a really good example of that is like factions in WoW, where like factions in WoW worked really well for a while and then they stopped working because people just adapted to them. The meta changes,
Right.
yeah.
So I think this is a great attitude from Gold River because he says, you know, even though they made a decision long ago and ended up being a mistake, they don't have the ego to be like, no, you were right. They don't have the Blizzard mentality.
Well, they were right. At the time, that was a problem, and they fixed it with this thing, and it worked that way. But then the difference is that things change. Like, the player base adapts. Things evolve. You can't just stick it, like, it's like you can never stick, you know, you can never step in the same river twice. Things are always changing. You can't go in and affect it and then expect it to be the exact same, because the players adapt.
Right? The long ago Blizzard mentality,
be agile.
If they implemented something into the game and they think it's a bad system after a couple months or couple years, they're okay.
Yeah,
with
just get rid of
saying,
it.
Whoops, this was not good, my bad.
It was working,
All right,
and now
let's
it's
get this
not.
hell out of here, right? So I
This
like
is
that.
lizard.
What he's pretty much saying here is that 6 character goal limit at the time was a good thing. Now, currently, is it a good thing? He's gonna go back, look at the data, and he's not gonna say, no, we're not gonna do it, or...
From a Western player perspective, I think there should be a 1 character gold limit. It's that simple. People should not want to play alts to feed their main. It's cringe gameplay. There should be more things in the game for your main character to do, instead of forcing you to make characters that you actually have no interest in, but you're just playing them to feed your main. The game should reward you for playing alts. That'd be nice. But the difference is that, like, if you're getting rewarded for playing these alts and you want to do that, that's something you can do regardless of the gold limit. Why do you get it more than 1 time?
Yes, we're gonna do it, but nothing...
That'd be insane with busing? Who cares? So then people get more gold. Okay. Well, so what? Like, well, so look. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make the game worse for everybody, just because some people want to be fucking degenerates. No. If they want to do that and they want to get all the gold and do all this shit, that's up to them. But please stop ruining the fucking game and making it worse for everyone under the premise of making it fair. The game's never going to be fucking fair. Some people playing the game 17 hours a day. Nothing's fair compared to this person. They're better than you, and they're always going to be better than you. It doesn't matter what you put into the game.
That in this MMO, nothing is concrete, right? Like the Chaos Dungeons. If there is something that needs
daily limits, not character
upgrading,
limits. Yes.
Or, you know,
yes. Daily and not character limits.
They're gonna do that and drop the ego, or not even have the ego in the first place. All right, that's good. Soul Eater animations were, oof, people really didn't like it. It felt
and also, like, here's another thing, right? Is like if they gave an incentive for players to do more Guardian raids, like you can only do it, not Guardian raids, excuse me, more Legion raids. People would go in and they would join raids for, like, let's say Vaulton or Vicus, especially Vaulton, that were full of, like, random players, because they knew that they could carry the raid. At least if it's Gate 2. But yeah, it would give them an incentive to help out nubs. And it would just happen through natural design of the game.
Glavier Copypasta, aka showed signs of laziness. I've never seen this before. I have had other classes complain about their animation, idle animation, standing animation, like Scrapper. However, they never really went back to fix them. But for the first time, I think they are going to be going back and fixing Soul Eater. That's crazy. So before her release, they are taking the feedback of their users and going to go back to the drawing board and work on her swing animations and auto animations. That's crazy. That's cool. Third Awakening, it's in the works.
Why would the Third Awakening, like, am I the only person that doesn't care about the Third Awakening? Because it's probably going to be the best one, and it's just a new V key. Okay. Press the button, does the damage. Wow, it's a different animation. That's crazy. Do I give a fuck about this at all? Like, I really... I don't give a fuck. Third Awakening is supposed to be a tripod upgrades and upgrades up. Yeah, it's just like... It's not a big deal.
They don't want to screw this up, so it's going through many...
Ask about you didn't play the game. I can't. Why are you having to biased opinions? Because I stopped playing the game. And the truth is that if Lost Ark had prevented more people from not playing the game, they wouldn't have to do these emergency live streams. And I'm explaining why I stopped playing the game. Also, I beat Belshazzar. I have all the, I beat the game. Like, the reason why I stopped by was I beat it, basically. Like, there are a few things I didn't do. Didn't get the Isle of Yearning Island Soul. I'm not going to either. But other things like that, yeah, I beat the game. Didn't do hard mode. Yeah, because I quit before then. I didn't do hard mode Vaulton either. Or Hell mode Vaulton. Didn't you really like Lost Ark 2? Yeah, I did. Yeah, and like, again, I feel like, obviously, a lot of the problems that I have with the game, like, I'm, like, in a way, like, if I'm having these problems, everybody else is having them 10x more.
Drafts. Male Scrapper, it's not coming out because to appeal Chinese audience.
Because I just spend money, right? And I skip the grind.
Great ideas.
But other people don't do that.
And he just recaps pretty much the 3 main points about censorship, as well as the new director.
Yeah.
And the dailies and the endgame content going forward. Yeah. He is sorry for letting people down. He's also been very hurt by this. There is a lot of things that needs to be changed. Find the problem, talk about the problem, back and forth. Find, talk, implement, find, talk, implement, right? So it's gonna take a while, guys. It's not, as he said, it's not gonna be in an instant. It's gonna take some time. And sadly,
I really hate whenever people say stuff like that, honestly. Because it's not. It doesn't have to take a long time. Like, one of the, like, you know what the decision that WoW did that actually gave me developers to, like, program the game the right way? Like, the story is fucking strange, whatever, who cares? But it was whenever they said that they decided that conduits were bad, and that conduit energy was bad, and they were going to remove it in a later patch. But until then, they were going to allow you to just have your conduit energy reset every single time that you log in, or something like that. As just a band-aid fix that effectively removed it from the game that day until they programmed in a more long-term fix. And whenever they did that, I was like, wow, I think these guys are actually serious about making the game good. Because they don't care about, like, oh, let's fix this in 6 months or something like that. No, they fix it right then. Now, it should have been earlier, but at least it happened immediately. And I don't like this idea that you, like, there's obviously a line of code that says how many fucking times you can get, like, how much rested experience or, like, energy you use for doing a Guardian raid or doing a Chaos Dungeon. And there's, like, there's a line of code that says 50. Just change that line of code to 100. Why can't you do that? I refuse to accept that this is not something that you could fix in, like, 3 days. Absolutely, this is outrageous.
That might not be something that you want to hear. Right? That might not, you might already be burnt out. If this gives you hope,
yes.
If it's taking you too long, maybe you don't believe it. Maybe in 5 months it's not here anymore. Who knows? That is up to you as an adult to decide. But honestly, remember, all you could do is either stick around and wait or go somewhere else and see the changes afterwards.
Yeah.
That is nice. I think I included almost everything.
Correct me if every patch.
I don't know what the current player base.
New Legion Commander, new Lost Ark Commander. Fucking patch.
Their reaction is. But what do you guys think, chat? What do you guys think? I feel, in my opinion, that I like this part right here. I like the way that instead of saying, instead of looking at a problem and coming up with a bandage, I think I like the fact that it goes back and think about the problem. As he said,
oh, I totally agree with this. I think that the problem is fundamentally the Chaos Dungeons are annoying and boring. But I just think that you need to have both, right? You need to have the ideal of a long-term solution while at the same time working towards the band-aid tricks to make players happy now.
Doing it like the loot not being flash. Chaos Dungeon feeling why do it twice? I must wait. Right? So he,
yeah, okay.
Fully understands the burn. 50 people touch it. Right? As well as the Guardians, the daily homework, the daily. Oh, I hate that word. The dailies.
Yeah.
Right. Dailies.
Just
he
bullshit.
Understands the dailies are a problem. Burnout is a problem, and fun. Having fun is. And I think. Yeah, I want to see how he cooks. I want to see how he's going to cook it. Yeah, I want to see that. However, I also want to see him address what we're going to do about multiple characters. Right? I like the Guardian changes of this
3 Guardian raids per week is a great idea. And I actually think that they should make it to where you can only do the Guardian, you can only get rewards from the Guardian once a week. That way you have to do 3 different Guardians. And that's going to cause like higher tier players to do the lower tier Guardians and help newer players. And it also makes it easier for them and less repetitive. So it solves the problem with having new players that can't get into the end game because they're not, like, they don't have anybody helping them. And then it also solves the problem of, like, just every Tuesday or reset day, you just run the 3 Guardians, the same Guardian 3 times in a row. Yeah, I think that's obviously what you should do.
Juiced up fights, more interesting fights, and better rewards. That's cool. I would like to see what they're gonna do with Chaos Dungeons. How are they gonna restructure this or redo this? Okay, and then endgame, you know, they might.
What they should do for Chaos Dungeons is they should make the entire Chaos Dungeon like the part 2 of the Chaos Dungeon. Part 1 sucks and part 3 sucks, but part 2 is really fun. I actually am a very big fan of part 2 Chaos Dungeons. They're awesome because there's like elite spawning all the time. You want to run to them, have other bosses spawn, like add in other events. Like, come on, like, what is this? Like, how can you not fix this?
Remake or do other vertical contents. He mentioned the Argos on the Vulcan platform kind of thing again. Maybe using, like, he's been thinking about also the need of hell modes, I guess, and how he wants to do that, how he wants to implement that into endgame as well.
It's like a fucking 1% thing. Who cares?
Enjoy more by others.
They need to have more.
About this 6-character goal limit. I don't know what you have to do with this. Like, are we going to have 7-character goal limit, 8-character goal limit,
1-character goal limit? 1-character gold limit, and you can get gold from every single raid. That's what you can do. You can do every single raid, but you can only get gold from it once a week. So if you have 1 character, you can do all the raids on that 1 character with 6x gold. Yeah, 6x gold. Yeah. Because that would also, again, that's what causes the problem. That's what solves the problem of new players not being able to get groups. The reason why a lot of new players aren't able to get groups and nobody wants to play with them is because, like, hardcore players aren't doing vault. They don't give a fuck.
Welcome to my channel.
So why would they go back and do Vaulton except for like maybe a card chance or something like that? I bet like 99% of players don't do that. But if you give them a gold reward for that, and the gold reward is substantial, they will sit through it and do it for that reason. And also cards, like people hit Light of Salvation 30. They will eventually hit it. And then after that, there's no reason for them to do it. But gold is always a compelling reason. If you have a one-character gold limit, people will actually start playing hell content. I think that what I'm saying is that it basically gives a hand up for the newer players because it gives the newer players and the better players a incentive to play with them. And because, like, yeah, obviously a lot of the Vaulton groups, like if I was making a Vaulton group, it's like, hey guys, I want to do a Vaulton. Item mobile requirement is 1570. So let's go do Vaulton, get it out of the way. So we kill Vaulton in like 3 seconds, that's it. But there's going to be a lot of people that don't do that. They will exist. And you only need one person who's 1550 to make everybody else's Vaulton experience way fucking easier.
Will either change, Third Awakening, it looks like they don't want to screw this up. Going through a lot of drafts.
That'll just make noobs not learn to raid. Somebody says that'll make noobs not learn to raid. Noobs aren't able to learn to raid now because they can't even get in. At least watching somebody while they're dead shows them the mechanics. They can't even do the raid to begin with.
And other couple things like KR related, Hot Shop, Hot Deal. Hot Deal was
and who
shit.
Cares?
So I guess he's really confident that he's gonna put in the Hot Deal shop in July. It better be like 40 mounts for $1. I'm just kidding. Like something actually a hot deal. He's hyping it up. Like he seems angry about it. Like he wants to clear the image on that.
And then also another thing is like, when's the next Abyss? Because like Oriza for Riza, where the fuck it was 1370. Is it like 1540 or something like that? Elgatia? Oh my god. K-Angel? Is it dungeon? Oh, I thought K-Angel was like a... I thought it was like a 4-man, like Cockle Sadon. Oh, it's just an Abyss dungeon. Okay, I didn't understand that. Okay, yeah, so they just added one. But for the longest time, that was it. And then also, like, why not add in a few 16-player raids? Just add them in, have them give cool rewards, and people queue up and do them. And if somebody goes in there and it's super hard, or sorry, it's super easy, and the guy that has like it's like Seals with like his fucking character from Korea, and he one-shots the boss, okay. Sure. 16-player raids, matchmaking be 3 hours. No, it'd be easy, just make it easier raid. Or more 4-player raids, yeah. How about Bolt? Yeah. Add in Bolt.
What do you guys say? Sounds pretty good. Oh, we'll see. Yeah. We'll have to see. I would love to see Gold Rider back again with some data. Like how you mentioned, this was very important. Like what is he gonna do to help middle users? I feel like there are a lot of systems that also need a lot of help.
Yeah.
But anyways, for what he did today,
I think also one of the worst things for the game that a lot of people don't realize, because only new players really experience this substantially, is that there are these like long-term progression systems like cards. I think cards are the worst example, and like gems are probably the second worst example. That you have to play the game for a year to get Light of Salvation 30. Like, yes, obviously, I'm sure some whales got it before then, but realistically, even the people that have it after a year probably whaled or did something crazy to get it. It's really, really hard to get that. That's too long to have something that's so important.
even though he was very nervous and all over the place.
A lot of people hit it 1 year into the U.S.
I like
I saw at least like 30, 40
like,
people with that.
He doesn't want to just do a band-aid. Like, he wants to rip the game apart and then make it more modern. I like that.
Yeah, it's
smart.
smart.
Not just like reduce it 2 to 1. It's just a nice fix. But instead of doing that, hit the fundamental problems of the Chaos Dungeon. Yeah, hit the fundamentals of the Guardians, the end game, and the vertical progression, and all of that. Anyways.
Man, I think Lost Ark needs a lot more work than they think. That's what I think. I think it needs a lot more work than people expect. Today's video has way more info. Yeah, I'll watch that tomorrow. I don't want to watch 2 of these back to back. But they need to move fast. Yeah, it needs a lot of work. And I actually think that they need to make a lot of big changes, but they don't need to remake the entire game. Like a good example of this is like Alaric Sanctuary. Alaric Sanctuary as a raid is fucking incredible. It is such an amazing raid. But there's almost never a reason to do it. Why would anybody go and do it? It's dead. Yeah, it's a dead raid. Like, fix that stuff. Add the content, like, just make sailing is a waste of time. The sailing events are just not fun. Like, that's the problem with the sailing events. They suck. Lost Ark has less players than BDO whenever you include the BDO launcher. I mean, in the US, I would expect that, yeah. You see Stella confirmed Trident was fired? I did see that, yeah. Modifying what already exists is harder than starting from scratch? I don't think so. If modifying what exists is harder, then why do they keep reusing all the same boss models? All the events, new players congregate in the same spot, try to achieve a goal with each other. I thought that was dope. Yeah, I think so too. Like the Naruni racing was really fun, and like there were a couple of other events, but some of the other events were really kind of boring. 1600 Alaric raid? But like, why couldn't you just do the Alaric raid, but have 16 people instead of 8? And that way, like, half of the mechanics wouldn't really be that bad. And just, like, make it effectively, like, an LFR difficulty for players. Because the problem is, like, Lost Ark has, like, the game is really hard. Like, I don't think people respect that because they play the game a lot. They're playing on, like, 6 characters a week. So, of course, it's not hard for you. But, like, I think the game's really hard. Like, in terms of, like, the amount of things you need to react for, the amount of things you need to do. Oh, fuck that. That's really difficult. Islands with other players was the best part for me. Yeah, I agree. I really like doing the islands with like groups of people. How about everybody gets extra rewards if there's a Mokoko guy in the lobby? I don't like that, and the reason why I don't like that is because then people would try to game that system. So I just think that it should be natural. Tuki? Yeah, Tuki was fun. Even Spida Island was fun. Because like there would always be the one guy... I remember the chicken. Yes, the chicken. The chicken was so good. Alakir Island. Yes. And like this Spida Island where somebody, like, they would stand at the egg, right? And then there'd be somebody standing behind the egg so you couldn't see them, but they were doing nothing. So they could avoid getting shamed for it. And then there was one shameless fuck running around mining all of the other mines. That was me, by the way. Like mining all the other mines, and I would just like run over, throw the bomb on the thing, and it's like, I'm doing more work than you guys anyway, right? Because I have my mining leveled up. And nobody else is doing anything. Seagull Island? I don't remember Seagull. Was that the one where you like ran at the boss and you blew yourself up? The content isn't repeatable though? Well, no, it's not repeatable. And that's fine, but you add more of it so you can do that instead. There should be a pity system for islands. When running it 50 or 100 times gives you the map or an island token. I think that the drop rates for some of them, like the Isle of Yearning, is like, at this point they can never buff it, right? Because it's just like such a meme. But it should have never existed. MMOs have always been about doing the same content over and over. The MMOs have always been about doing the same content over and over. Okay, well, I'm glad to know that now they'll never evolve. Okay, well, you know, that settles it. That's it. Well, we solved it. All right. That's all there is to it, guys. That's simple.
Greetings. Greetings.
Well done.
Greetings.
Sorry.
Jeden, dwa, trzy. Tu jeden. Tu ma jeden, dwa, trzy, cztery. Dwa, cztery. Dwa, trzy. Trzy. Okay.
"21-year-old Jewel Jean Buskin, or Julie as she will be referred to, lived in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma in 1996. Julie was born and raised in Benton, Arkansas, and moved to Oklahoma to study at Oklahoma University. She worked at the university's golf course. Julie was on her way to earning her bachelor's degree in dance. She was an aspiring ballerina, and after college, Julie wanted to open up a studio and teach children to dance. Julie was described as popular and had many friends at school. She was also very talented. Julie spent the evening of December 19th of 1996 with her friend Ryan James at his grandparents' house. Ryan worked with Julie at the golf course. After dinner, they watched a movie. In addition, the two made plans to have lunch the next day. Julie stayed at his grandparents' house until 10 p.m., then left to hang out with some of her other friends. Julie and her friends played Monopoly and exchanged Christmas gifts at one of the friends' houses. Julie said her goodbyes since she was scheduled to move back home the next day. Her semester at college had just ended. Her roommate Megan was also there. Julie promised Megan she would give her a ride to Will Rogers Airport the next morning at 5 o'clock a.m. Julie and Megan decided to pull an all-nighter. They left the friend's house and drove to a restaurant called The Kettle around 2 a.m. When they were done, Julie and Megan drove to the gas station, got some gas and a cappuccino. They returned to their apartment a little after 3 o'clock a.m. to pick up Megan from home.
Halo. Jestem jeździł. Nije da sam radoznalnik ono.
Ma gdje je da prodam? Da kupim nešto, da se osvježim.
Da bude moj kraj.
Ovo vreme napalje. Da ne vidiš.
Ja sam zgrabio jedan sladoled od onih 30 što ih još ima ždru.
Opa.
Čudan plec.
Ja sad uzeo mleka, banane, onako šejk, ono.
Aha.
Ledeni, s ledom.
Fino.
Vidim taj Diablo.
Dobro, šta znam. Dođite kod Joe.
Wait a minute.
Draculaz. Welcome to my channel.
I'm not ready yet.
Ništa nema nešto.
Where are you going, boys?
Talking to me?
Huh?
Like you're talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
I'm talking to T.
You talking to me? I'm
Yes,
talking
I'm
to you.
talking to T.
Impressive.
Fair bit of. It seems your prayers have been answered.
Čudno.
I cannot carry anymore.
You can take what's left. Need something forged? That is worth the point.
Mhm. Oh wow. Nego imao sam ovaj materijal da napravim kao rupu uložiš. S nekog wow.
Gde ste ljudi šta se radi?
Gde si Nešo?
Gdje si banan, šta ima?
A malo Warzona, fali.
Thank you.
S posla ne, da?
Greetings.
Koliko ti dugo traje godišnje uopšte?
Čovjek mi djeli dan.
Pa da izbija?
Gdje je bila, nisi rekao Snake.
Reci mi da si išao da režeš drva, tako nešto.
Skidamo žitu.
Aha! A to ti ono kad odeš kod komšije, znaš, sa kombajnom i samo, to ti se zove po narodno, znaš, skidamo žito, znaš. Dobro, da, okej, važi, neće da taj afiram. Naravno, sve legalno.
Ilegale.
Te. Koji kurac. Hello?
Last night.
Well done.
Keep your beast here. We'll keep it fed.
Nije ni konj, ne znaš šta je.
Kako ne znaš šta?
Liči na ragu neku. Ne, šalio sam se ja, nego ono kad kažu kad neko nešto skida, to kao neko skida kajmak, znaš.
S kim pričaš?
A Nenad je bio tu.
Ali ja nisam čuo naravnih 5 minuta.
Razmišljao sam o nečemu drugom. Mogu li da nastavim da smo stali razgovor?
Pa ne možeš.
Ili to nije dozvoljeno.
Nije dozvoljeno. Zabranjeno.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Don't be afraid.
Is someone there?
Sighh. Boris. Građanovački.
Years ago, when I was on the streets and I chose very carefully the family I wanted to work.
Evo mi je nedostalo.
Nije meni isto baš.
Pita sam se šta fali. Ti? Pitam šta mi fali.
Da li fali ono?
Ne registruje nas. Da, glasan ti mikrofon, u slučaju se pitaš o čemu razgovaram, ajde. Hvata mnogo sa strane. Ne znam šta si mu radio, ali...
I'm not ready yet.
Šta bi sad?
Da, gdje je glazba?
Gdje si dala glazba, da? Nisam navikao da mogu da razmišljam. Na miru.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
My leg. Bond. Listen. There's a relic in one of these pots. My boss, Rakan, he showed me this spell. No words, just a gesture. Like this. It'll send the relic back to him. You find it? You don't need to be no sorcerer to do it. The magic's in the relic, not in you. That's what my boss said anyway. Awesome. The ass end of sanctuary, that's what. Smugglers' caravans used to come up this way. Before the freaks in the red robes set up shop. Lots of caravans burned, lots of goods are lost. Like this.
This isn't it. This isn't it. ready yet.
Balkan.
Yes. A znaju Rusi. Yeah, I know, very.
This isn't it. This isn't it. This isn't it. I must wait a moment.
Joj, meni da neki headshot.
This isn't it. This isn't it. I must wait a moment.
Teraz 3 u 2. Majku ti.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Nice. Nice. Kaže, pakt Kosovo. No moguće.
Šta je rekao, pakt Kosovo?
Ne, fakt. Fakt Kosovo. Kosovo i Srbija priča.
No. Lubatrem, ja.
Dobra.
I'm not ready yet.
They took everyone, everything. The Triune came through and spared no life. I returned to dust and echoes. They were all shackled and brought to the mountain. I searched the dead seared into the cliffs. Dawa and Nura, they cannot be left among the horrors of the Triune. They wore carved bracelets, each bearing eagle wings.
Ćeš da pustim film možda? Još meč CS-a, ne igraš 45 minuta partiju Dota.
Dobro je.
Nisam ti rekao da izađeš.
20-30 minuta.
20 minuta traje meč.
Možeš gledati.
Može da se sad budeš došli.
Farma. 601. Desert. Strašno.
Što je strašno?
601 što mu daje.
6 metaka i pogodi si jedan šta?
Ne.
6 damage-a.
damage-a u 1 metar. Da.
Pa gdje si ga pogodio, u nokat?
Pa u nokat izgleda. Katastrofa, to me ide i...
To gori hitboxa nego u Hanshotanu. Hanshodan kada pođeš unugo bar mu skine 15-20 health. A ne pogodio si ga u džon od patike i otpalo mu je vezica i on se sapleo i pao i to je to neko objašnjenje, ne znam ko nema ovih, što sam rekao. Zabavat. Kako retardirano smisli.
I cannot do that here.
I did, and in such fine condition. But where is my own? No matter. Do you know what you've retrieved? Nasty little thing. Full of corruption. Once owned.
There's another.
If you've a taste...
I cannot do that here. Not while I'm in town.
The old slaver kings of Gul'ran ruled the steppes with an iron fist. Long gone now, but their relics spread suffering in their stead. Overseer Salak. Sick bastard liked to pour lava down his victims' throats. Well, shouldn't they be collected? Would you leave a host of curse-bearing relics to fester across your homeland? I thought not. So she lives. Good. Worry not, friend. Karayisu, I'd hoped. But the hunter I sent there hasn't, whether dead or just late. I suspect the boy...
Julek? Have you seen my Julek?
Don't be quick to judge, stranger. A hungry man taking a loaf of bread is not a thief.
Wait a minute.
10 HP.
You have like specific components that can be broken down by, you know, getting shot at. It can recoup, but if you lose one, you lost it forever. Not forever, you can still get it back from armor bag, similar to what we have the doctor bag or medic bag in You can this guy, use him as a cover, stand behind him, go out, shoot at the player, go back in behind. So it creates a little bit more
A while later, the two left the apartment again and headed towards the airport around 4:30 a.m. It took them 30 minutes to get there. Julie dropped Megan off, and Megan watched Julie drive away from the airport in her Red Eagle Summit. Around 5:30 a.m. at the Dublin West apartments where Julie lived, many of the residents heard a woman scream in terror. One of the residents made a 911 call to report what they had heard.
Number 911? Yes, we were just sleeping, and my wife heard a really strange, like a really awful scream from our parking lot of our apartment complex. Do you see anything outside? No, I'm kind of afraid to go outside, actually.
A few hours later, Ryan James turned up at Julie's apartment
Sighh.
for their scheduled lunch
Welcome
date.
to my channel.
Julie was nowhere to be found, however. Her car was also missing. Ryan then reported her missing. Not long after that, Julie's parents arrived at her apartment. They drove from Arkansas to help Julie with her move back home. Instead of their daughter, they found policemen who informed them that Julie was missing. 12 hours after she disappeared, Julie Buskin's body was found on the bank of a lake about 15 miles from her apartment. Her hands were tied behind her back with a pair of shoelaces, and from the waist up, she was in the water. Julie had been shot once execution style. The gunshot wound to the back of her head was a contact wound. There was also some evidence that she had been assaulted. At the lake, investigators found possible evidence in the sand near Julie's body. There were 2 sets of footprints that went down to the lake, and only one that returned. One set belonged to Julie, and the other police believed belonged to the person who shot her. After examining the footprint and consulting Nike, it was determined that the footprint was consistent with a size 9 men's Nike running shoe, specifically a Nike Air 2 running shoe. About 20 feet from Julie's body, investigators found a crumpled pink leotard with the initials
Neurotic
JB on
official.
the label.
Welcome to my channel.
The
Sad
leotard
Sam
had
Museo.
male DNA on it, and was
Raspau Sam
subsequently
SE.
stored to be used later when
Ne, neurotik se probudio sad.
Pa igrate ako ćete. Igrate back
za
for
film.
slobodno.
Samo malo.
Čuješ?
Vidi, opet se promijenila temperatura, jučer je bilo vreme za spanje, danas je čovjek šmodira napolje. Sranje. Šajzer. Zdravo sam šajzer.
Sad si udosi idem na sigaru.
Samo se opusti
Čuješ?
Znači hoćeš da gledamo film, tako?
Igrajte slobodno.
A što ne, brada?
Gledat ćemo ga poslije.
Dobro.
Ne igram ja ništa trenutno sad, možemo i da gledamo film, ali ajde ako igrate...
Ne, ako krenem da gledam sad film, onda ćemo sad gledat film. Vrlo jednostavno.
Pa nećemo, igrajte zato što je Neurotik došao. Poslije ćemo igrati, ne idem ja nigde sad. Je li tu on, je li hoće Back 4 Blood?
Rekao je da ide na cigaru, ali... Slušaj, ako s tebi sad ne gleda film, to je druga stvar. Se gleda film?
A gledam i za film, ali...
A onda gledamo film. Ne. Ko je tu je.